Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron. We're here to stream some EVE Online. Omega, don't worry about it. Appreciate you. Not a problem. I did want to ask you a couple things tech-wise, so we'll catch up next week. Don't let me forget, because I forget every other time we talk. But get some rest, and we'll see you next week. Never a problem. Never a problem. So sorry to hear about the emergency dental appointment. So hopefully you'll get that taken care of. So the one I was going to ask about is how do I get on your automatic list for notifications? I keep putting myself in the self promo on your Discord channel, and so I notice everybody else gets it. So okay, I'll get that to you. And then the other one I wanted to ask you about was the Tesla Pi tablet, since I know you're a technology guy. 'Cause I'm really interested in this Tesla Pi tablet and wanted to get your take on it. Also, I think some mini PCs was another one I want to talk to you about. All the tech stuff. I got lots of tech questions. So we'll talk about it next week. But get some rest. But yeah, I'll DM you on the other one getting added. That'll save me a little bit of time in the morning. I keep adding myself to your self promo. And so if I can get automatic, I need to figure out how to do automatic on mine. So maybe I'll have you show me that too. But yeah, get some rest. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you stopping by and saying hello. It's not required, but I do appreciate it. I am actually going to get out here and start mining. And I've got my porpoise. So I got boost and compression, and we're all good. Al, what's up, buddy? I appreciate it, Omega. Thanks again. Get some rest, and I'll be praying for you for that dentist appointment, man. And nothing like an emergency dentist appointment to put the fear of God in you, right? Funny thing, my dentist have been contacting me, asking me to show up. So yeah, so that's kind of funny. All right, where are we going to go today? Where are we going to go today? Let's do 8-2. Let's see what 8-2 has to offer. Let's see what 8-2 has. Not fond of, I am not fond of the dentist either. I am not fond of the dentist either. I am. That is probably the my least favorite thing. I'd rather have teeth pulled. Yeah, that's my normal go-to. But yeah, I am not fond of the dentist. Not fond of the dentist at all. I have a very high tolerance for pain, but when they're doing it right next to my brain, it seems to be I don't seem to be able to handle it as well. So yeah, but all right, let me get out here and make sure we don't have any rats. Nope, no rats. That's weird. Are there any asteroids? There are asteroids, but there's not that many. So we'll start here to get everybody kind of going. We'll get everybody here to get everybody going. All right. Plus, I look pretty centralized here. Yeah, that should work. That should work. That should work. All right, so I'm gonna bring up my stuff. But yeah, I'm with you there, Omega. Not fond of the dentist. Not fond at all. All right, so I want to warp to Kragan. And then, oh, actually, I want to warp to Falstaff. It helps if I know which one I'm talking about. Fleet me. What's up, comrade? Good to see ya. I don't see you in the list. There you are. You're not in the in-game channel. All right. All right. Good to see you, comrade. Thanks for being here. You're welcome to join us for the mining event. Welcome to join us for the mining event. Check this out. Let me compress these guys. Build a new computer and couldn't remember the channel. There you go. Yeah. Late Night with Silver Wolf. All one word. Nice and easy to remember. Kind of catchy. Back when I was in Kansas City, I was always streaming late at night, so that's where it came from. That's where it came from. So yeah, if anybody else wants an invite, whoop, I guess I should probably switch you guys over to the actual streams, huh? Yeah, that might be a good idea, huh? Some days doesn't pay to get out of bed. Alright, so let's do minerals. And these guys are all farther away, but I think I got them. Because with the boost, I got them. With the boost, I got them. Alright. Now we're cooking with gas. I'm back to my rice cakes. I forgot to take them out of the freezer on Sunday. So Monday morning I pulled them out of the freezer, so they were not ready for yesterday. But then yesterday we did Ark. For those of you who missed it, it was very entertaining. If you like watching me get killed, I probably got killed, I don't know, 20 times. So, thanks, Omega. I was gonna DM you, buddy. I appreciate it. Now you really need to get some sleep. That one was easy. All right. Well, and maybe I'll get you to show me how to do it one of these days so I can do it on my channel too. So, one less thing for me to do every morning before I start. Abigail's not in here. What's up, Seth? No worries. No worries, Scimitar. You get 10 free. If you want more easy ways to add via donations or tasks. Okay. Cool. Twitch alerts. All right. I'll do a search on that. Thanks. I know I don't say it enough, Omega, but you are freaking awesome. You know that? I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. So yeah, so anyway, we did Ark yesterday. Ark Survival Ascended. Seems I own the old game, Ark Survival Evolved, which is no longer valid. So, I mean, you can still play it, but, you know. So, appreciate you, Omega. Actually, let me give you a shout out. I don't know why I didn't do that before. If you're not following Omega, definitely give Omega a follow. Excellent streamer. He does a tech stream that I never am able to catch, but it's very informative. I've caught a couple of them after the fact on repeat. And yeah, I'm gonna hit him up with some tech questions. So I consider myself a geek, but he makes me look like a noob. So definite good one to be following. So. But yeah, so Ark was good. I got killed a ton of times. Like I said, probably about 20 times. I did start a private server. So if you guys are interested, we can get you hooked up with that. It is a password protected server to keep the riffraff off. So. Keep the riffraff off. So, evil elephant. Cherry can. Cherry can. Maybe we need to take the elephant out. So. Maybe we need to take the elephant out. So, helping him learn Eve, Scimitar? That's a good endeavor. That's a good endeavor. Seth G. Stewart, good to see ya. Yeah, Seth G. Stewart just started, I think, week before last, so. But Seth, I don't see you in local or in the in-game channel. So let me know when you get in.
Priority 1 message coming in on secured channel.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong guy. See, that's why I don't do this. I added you on the wrong guy, Scimitar. I should have figured I already had you. I did already have 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 you. So weekend was good. Thanks, Al, for asking. Weekend was good. Too short, you know. I don't work anymore. But technically I count streaming as work. So I have to get up semi early for it. So I count that as work. But work. But yeah, wife and I watched a bunch of movies and a bunch of series, a bunch of crime dramas, you know, which is our go-to. And I used Chat GPT to check them to see if the people were still on death row. And most of them had already been executed. So, yeah, I do die often. I do die often. Probably too often. Probably too often. Probably too often. Probably too often. So yeah, that's one we may have to work on. We may have to work on. because it's really starting to take a come on, starting to take a toll on my equipment. So, all right, so I think I got everybody invited. I invited Scimitar, but he didn't accept. But I'll invite him again. I think it said it timed out. Yeah, Dodja. Playing Ark Survival Ascended. I probably died 20 times in a 4-hour period, so. I tried to take on a trike a couple times. Which I think that last time I almost had him until he ran away. I had a really good high place and was able to hit him with my thing. And what else? And then, yeah, I think I got killed by the Spino at least twice. Yeah, if you like seeing somebody get killed, it is very entertaining. I got killed by piranhas a couple times. I got killed by the birds that steal from you, which I really hate. I think I'm going to make it a mission to take them out. Eliminate them no matter what. I just got to find a good way. I think I need a machine gun. But yeah, we'll probably play some Ark here going forward. So Monday's my time. Sunday night's you guys' time, for those of you in America. That's when we play the other games. So Sundays and Fridays. Thursday night. Sunday night and Thursday night, you guys' time. So this Thursday night I will not be streaming because we're having a power outage. So surprised the dodo didn't get a kill on you. Yeah, the dodo was probably the only one that didn't get a kill. I don't know, the triglobite. I don't think they got a kill on me either, but the piranhas got me a couple times. The piranhas and the salmon. I got killed by a megalaton once. I lost all my stuff because I was out in the middle of the ocean. I was trying to go for one of the drops, which was funny because once I would have got it, I probably wouldn't have been able to carry it home anyway. So, but yeah, it was if, like I said, if you like kills, I think what I'm going to do for the Ark one is I'm going to add a kill counter for how many times I get killed per stream. Maybe some big number up in the corner. And so you guys can kind of keep track. So it doesn't happen in Eve that often, so it's usually like once a month now. But Ark, that's a whole different ball game. So, but yeah, I think I'm trying to do things outside. I need to get a parasaur like Jerry Can. So Jerry Can's on the server with me. Jerry Can plays all the alternate games with me. So Jerry Can's on the server with me, and yeah, he's got a parasaur, and that makes it easier to get around, which is kind of nice. So I think I need to focus on getting one of them. The problem is they run away so quick, but I did just unlock the bola, which I'm thinking I'm gonna give that a try. That might work on the trike too, so he can't run away, because I think I almost had the trike knocked out. So Strange Dane, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. But yeah, I wasn't enjoying getting killed 20 times. Thanks, Strange Dane, appreciate it. And my alerts are working again. So yeah, when somehow, and I probably need to ask this to ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is my go-to now. I ask ChatGPT everything. So, but thanks, Jerry Can. But every time I upgrade OBS, I couldn't remember that. Every time I upgrade OBS, it breaks my alerts, which are external to OBS, which makes 0 sense. It doesn't break them in OBS, it breaks the external thing. So like I use Stream Elements for most of my alerts. And
Priority 1 message coming in on secure
and yeah, they
channel.
were all gone. They were completely reset back to like factory default. But that's external to OBS. So I have no idea how it can affect something that's not that's not part of it. So, but Strange Jane, thanks for the dono. Not to be confused with the Dino, which we were playing yesterday. So yeah, so we're kind of going from space to prehistoric, kind of covering both sides. So best of both worlds. So what's up, Sean? Good to see you, buddy. IRL world word ban. So which word do you want to ban? If I had a dino, I wouldn't be sharing. There you go. There you go. Which word do you want to ban? There's a lot of them I use over and over. I'd let you pet it though. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'd probably lose an arm with the way my things are going. Like I said, other than I think the dodo, every dinosaur killed me. So I think the triglobite. I don't think the triglobite killed me. But yeah. Sean Wonderman, good to see ya. So yeah, we got a good group out here thanks to Scimitar. He's got all his alts on. You guys are all welcome to join us. Strange Jane, if you want to join us, you're welcome to join us. We're in Ufine, which is in Galente space. Check and see how far it is from you. We got compression, we got boost, and we got tails from the prehistoric. So yeah. That's all right. I understand. That's the profitable highway. Yeah, I kind of knew, Al, I kind of knew that was a possibility. But I thought, you know, with my superhuman strength, I was probably swimming faster than the shark could get me. But yeah, I wasn't even close to the land, to be perfectly honest. So that's fine, Scimitar. Whatever you want to do, you're always welcome. I hate to have anybody else boost because then you really don't get as much minerals. This is really for you guys. So you can spit it out. So you can kind of get some minerals, make some money, get your industry started, whatever it is you're working to do. So Orc is set up for Tech 2 and Max Boost. That's good. Yeah, I'm still working on my Max Boost, so... Which is funny, because I have Max everything else, but... After 23 years, you would think that would be something, but I'm sure that's probably one of the things they added when I wasn't looking, so... So... Or one of the sabbaticals that I took, so... But yeah, if you guys have Ark Survival Ascended, so it is the latest one, you're welcome to join us on that server. Just DM me on Discord, and I'll get you set up. More the merrier. It is running 24/7, so anything you don't have on your body when you log off pretty much deteriorates rapidly. For some reason, we got a lot of Spinos in our area too, so I don't know if that's a good thing. So, Scimitar, you're always welcome. Like an Eve, I'm going to try and build every ship. In Ark, I'm going to try and tame one of every dinosaur. So. Which I really think the Spino and the T-Rex are probably going to be the problem, but. I can't imagine how much meat you got to have to get a T-Rex. I got killed by the little tiny dinosaurs, the Compleys, probably half a dozen times. Of course, they always gang you, but I really wanted to knock them out so I could tame them. Yeah, we usually don't do a whole lot of Discord stuff, but that's something we could try. But yeah, we had fun with Ark. And like I said, the server's up 24/7. Jerry Can's playing on it now. So I figure by the time I log back in next time, he'll probably have a full city built. So yeah, the fish do come up out of the water. That's why the piranhas killed me a couple times, is they actually came onto the shore and bit me. Which I wasn't far enough out of the water. I was pretty upset about that. But, you know, they are piranhas, so. And they obviously heard from all the other dinosaurs how tasty I am. So. It might have actually been more than 20 times I got killed. I don't know. I'm going to look at setting up that death counter. Yeah, I did look for my club. Because those damn birds, they kept stealing my crap. I don't think I ever found that club. What I didn't realize, I guess, is if I try to select it, it'll build a new one. Which, that's kind of a new feature. So,
Inside.
there's my lovely wife. Come on, Abigail.
She pee, she poop, she eat.
The water's fresh.
Okay.
All right, you want to say hi? My wife says hello. From afar. Abigail. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Oh my goodness. Yeah, so those of you who didn't see her yesterday, she got a haircut. She got a haircut. And ironically, her haircut cost me $12. $12. $12. Which, in America, even with the cheap guy, whew, my goodness, she got hair all over the place. Even with the cheap guy I used, he was still, I think he was $40 a piece for the dog. No, and he didn't do half as good a job. They trimmed her nails. They pretty much did everything. It was I'm really, really pleased. I'm really pleased. All right. Really pleased. Yeah, so she's got her hair cut now, so she's feeling better. Though I do think she has an impacted anal gland, so I'm probably gonna have to take. So it turns out the vet is who does the grooming, which it doesn't work that way. At least where I went in America, most of the vets did not do the grooming. I think I had one vet that offered it, but they were way expensive. So, but yeah, the guy I went to was just a groomer. He didn't do any vet services. So it's kind of nice because it's kind of like a one-stop shop. So. But yeah, so she feels better. She's much cooler, which is always a good thing. Okay, well then come back and deposit your ore. Alright, they are. Taking forever. I mean, it wasn't that far away. I really need to get some tier 2 mining drones made. There we go. Alright, cool. Maybe they were confused. But yeah, so the ARC's out there. If you guys want to join that, that's good. Like I said, we'll probably do that maybe Monday, Fridays. We may throw Baldur's Gate in there every once in a while. I'm going to leave it up to Jerry Can. I'm such a dilettante. I don't care. I'll do whatever. But yeah, what else? So I was looking at the dailies today, and so I've already got done the daily for manufacturing, which I have everybody set up to manufacturing. So that's nice and easy. Freelance jobs. The good stuff. Deliver what? Hemorrhite. Yeah, of course that's the good stuff. You have to pay me a lot more than $1 million for that. I'm gonna mine hemorrhite. I'm gonna mine it for myself. Yeah, let me get. Actually, I need to get Kragan's done. Oh no, his is done. Yep, his is done too. Yeah, so I got both these guys. I got their one done, so they're 2 away from the monthly. What is today? Today is the 15th. Today's the day I give Abigail her medicine. Alright, cool. Gotta remember that. I used to have everything on my calendar at work before, and now I don't have a work calendar anymore. So I need a way to keep track of stuff. I probably should put it on my phone, but I ignore my phone so much now that probably wouldn't be the best way. But I guess I could do a Google Calendar, and then it would go to both my phones, so which would probably make it kind of painful. But I meant to check and see what the weather was going to be today. It was very cloudy this morning. It was very cloudy this morning, but it then cleared right up, so it didn't have any problems. So, which was kind of nice. But what else? Yeah, what else? Storm Talker, good to see you. Hi from the Philippines. Good to see you from Wales. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. I used to live in Kansas City, and just recently, 3 months ago, just a little over 3 months, we've been in the Philippines. Retired, moved to the Philippines where my wife is from. She had been in America for 18 years, and we are loving it. I mean, literally loving it. I am really, really curious why we didn't do this several years ago. Because we should have. So, finally caught you live. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Jack 10, 9. Jack 10, 9. So I'm on night shift break time. There you go. Well, that would make it a little harder to catch me. I understand that completely. Well, I appreciate you being here. Especially since you're on night shift break time. That makes it even harder. 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 Yeah. So if you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living? I'm one of those, I'll talk about anything. So always try to keep the conversation interesting, if nothing else. So if nothing else, keep it interesting. Keep it interesting. Keep it interesting. Oop, that's not going to work. Asteroid is depleted. Alright. Oh my goodness. They're all gone. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. Hate when that happens.
The asteroid is depleted.
Asteroid's depleted again. Wow,
The
that was
asteroid
quick.
is depleted.
Oh no, that's mine.
The asteroid is depleted.
Of course, I selected the wrong one. And that never happens. Alright, so I need to select a new one for Falstaff. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Let's select this. Right. But yeah, so yeah, after we do the mining event, I'll probably get my dailies done. I have not been doing PI because it's been taking too long. I really need to switch it to like a 7-day turnaround. But I've got everything I need for my stuff, so I haven't bothered. Plus PI's the most boring thing going, so. Alright, we got that going. 29 days to board my Nighthawk. There you go. There you go. There you go. Something to look forward to. Always good to have something to look forward to. Always good to have something to look forward to. Always good to have something to look forward to. 8, 7. Four. There we go. But what else? Yeah, so retired after working just short of 25 years with my company, which is rare nowadays in America. Everybody's changing jobs to get a better thing. So what other ore do you mine? So the only other ones I usually do are the Empire belts. Every once in a while, very, very rarely, I will go into low sec and do some mining, but that's too risky. I almost always get killed. You guys saw how I got killed in Ark. Yeah, getting killed in low sec is even worse. So getting killed in low sec's even worse. So yeah, so getting killed in low sec's even worse. Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't sell it, so I always do what I'm working on, so yeah, I don't sell. So that makes a bigger difference. Since I don't sell, that's why I where am I headed with that? That's why I just mine whatever. So Nox is one that I need a lot of. That's usually what I'm short of on any given day. But it's kind of weird because it has not been a big problem lately. 6. But yeah, that one's always a good one. What else? Yeah, I'm always short of Nox, so it's one of those where that's why I try to go for the Empire belts. So it's just a common thing, so I'm always short of it. So, and actually I say that, and it's one that I haven't been too short of lately. Megasite's been what I was short of lately when I was trying to build the Avalanche, but But of course, then I got all the megasite I needed and everything else, and it turned out I didn't have the skills to build the damn thing in the first place. So that was disappointing. But what else is new? Sounds like we got rats. We do have rats. Oh, somebody's already on it. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. So, got 84 million worth. Yep. No specific amount. I want to start manufacturing my own ammunition. Yep. I try to manufacture everything. Doesn't always work out that well. But yeah, I try to manufacture everything. Alright, let's pick these off. We are cutting through these asteroids now. Good golly. Any good loot in them? Yep. Not sure. We'll see. I'm gonna salvage them. You guys, if you have a MTU, you throw it out there and pull it in. Actually, yeah, we'll let Seth. You're the newbie. We'll let you get the loot because you can probably use it better than the rest of us. Always good to build up your arsenal. So, oh, you're not in game. Well, there you go. Well, that'll explain it. So what are you doing this morning? You're always in game. I'm kind of surprised. I didn't think you played anything else. That was a surprise. Man, I didn't even notice. Thanks, Scimitar. Oh, why is it not? Yeah, it's evening for most of them, Seth. I think I'm the only one that's morning. Actually, maybe Storm Talker might be morning since he's in Wales. Nope. He actually said he was on the night shift and was on a break, so yeah, I think most everybody's is going to be night. I'm the weird one on the other side of the world, so yep. I'm the weird one on the other side of the world. Which is all good. Which is all good. Keeps things interesting, if nothing else. Keeps things interesting, if nothing else. Keeps things interesting, if nothing else. Got any recommendations for boosters or implants? So, that's a good one. I actually use whatever I get from the spit it out. From the storyline mission. So right now, Falstaff's got a storyline. Oh, you don't see it. Right now, Falstaff's got a storyline mission that is waiting on him. This one. In fact, I need to check it and see how long I got. Come on, open up. There it goes. 3 days. Actually, just close to 4 days. So yeah, and it's going to give. So yeah, these storyline missions usually give them, and so I usually use the ones that they give. This guy does not have any implants, I think, except a mining one. So I do need to put some other ones on him. But these limited ones are usually what they give. And so I usually put them on. So that way when I get killed, I'm not too upset about it. Boosters, I am not a big booster guy. I have just recently started using the boosters. Because I got a ton of them. And it's been interesting because they actually do make a difference. So, but yeah, I never was a big booster guy, but now I've got a ton of them. So yeah, so that's another one that's kind of thing. Storm Talker 312. There you go. So 3 a.m. So yeah, he's in the morning too. He's just earlier in the morning than me. But yeah, so I can't really recommend any. Limited beta is good for a couple extra skill points. Yeah, like I said, every little bit helps. But when you get killed, if you lose your ship, you don't lose your implants. But if you lose your life and you have to restore to a clone, you lose them. And then I'm also jumping between clones every week. So this clone I have not set up with more implants. The only one I gave it was a mining one, since that's usually all I do with them. But as it turns out, I do more with them. So from that perspective, it would make sense to have some more on them. So, but yeah, I usually don't buy them because the storyline missions give you some, but they do have some pretty high-end ones that you can buy if you feel like it. So I did get the drop. Did get the drop the other day, or yesterday, this weekend, from watching the CCP stream. I think CCP streaming right now. But yeah, they've been doing the guest streamers all month for the month of July, and I think it's working out really well. So hopefully they'll keep that up, because I think they've got a lot of people watching them now, which is kind of nice. Which is kind of nice. What else? Yeah, maybe I should get back to streaming. Yeah, if you got the rig for it, that's usually the biggest problem. Is a lot of people don't have the equipment. And that one really wasn't a big problem for me. But yeah, that's usually a big problem for most people, which is, like I said, that one wasn't my problem, but yeah, it's kind of a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I honestly, it's a good fit for me. I'm as you guys know, I'm a talker, so it kind of made sense from my perspective, because I'm going to play games every night anyway, or it was every night in America. But now it's every morning. So now I have a reason. Now I actually have a reason to play. So the wife really can't complain anymore. She still complains, but that's what she's good at. But one of the things she's good at. But yeah. So ads are getting ready to start here in 44 seconds. So, but yeah, it was kind of a no-brainer for me. So, like I said, it was a real chore to get everything set up. And now, of course, when I upgrade my OBS because of a power outage, which we're working on getting a solar generator, so we won't have the power outage anymore. But yeah, when I have to upgrade my OBS because of corruption, and it causes me to have to redo everything, that's a real pain in the rear end. And so, but it does get me to a point where I understand things better, and so I think when I set them up the first time, it really didn't work out that way. So, but yep, I understand, Scimitar. We've all got ours to deal with. So if you ever need any help, I'm always here to help. So, ever need anybody to talk to, I'm always here. So, and I'm not only good at talking, I'm good at listening. So, but yeah, so yeah, from that perspective, that's kind of. But yeah, it was a no-brainer for me. So when I finally did pull the bullet and bite the bullet and do it, I haven't looked back. And I've been a year and 3 months now, a year and 4 months. So yeah, so it's been pretty good. I've been pretty pleased with it. Like I said, I don't make a whole lot of money. I really wasn't doing it for the money. I do it just for the enjoyment. I was going to play games anyway, so yeah, so from that perspective it made sense. But there's the ads. I knew they were coming. Me and family need justice. Tired of being delayed and jerked around. I understand that. I understand that. That's the one when we watch a lot of those crime things. We've been watching a lot on YouTube. American Justice. And that's the biggest thing. When a loved one is killed and it never ever gets solved, that is so frustrating. And that probably isn't your situation, but from that perspective, that's just... So it's kind of nice to see justice get done. So, Abigail's stretching. You okay, baby girl? You okay? The only problem with this black shirt, I did not realize when I put this shirt on this morning that it was until I put it on, that it was a tank top. So I'm not really a tank top guy because I can't allow these guns to be seen on the stream because they're lethal weapons. but yeah, from that perspective, it's funny because it's a black shirt and my gray hair really shows up on it real bright. So, what? Of course, that could also be your hair, huh? That could also be your hair. Yes, I love you too. Yes, I do. I love you too. Who's Daddy's sweetheart? Are you Daddy's sweetheart? Are you Daddy's sweetheart? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Mwah. Yeah, you are. She really likes her haircut. And they trimmed her nails. They did everything. So they got the guy. Been a year and they still have this guy in the psych ward not going to trial. Yep. Yeah, and that's frustrating. That's frustrating. And a lot of that, I think, is the defense lawyers. That's why they make... Holy cow. You know, you just got your hair cut. I don't know why you got so much hair floating around. Maybe they didn't give you a bath, so maybe that's it. Of course, our guy in America, he never gave her a bath either. But yeah, we might need to give her a bath. But there you go, baby. But yeah, where was I headed with that? Yeah, I think that's why defense lawyers make so much money, is because they try those delay tactics to just make it so frustrating on the family, so eventually the family will give up and just let them have a plea deal and get off lighter than they want, just to be over with it. And that's not really justice. So, but yeah, at least they got the guy. I'm glad to hear they got the guy. Yeah, a lot of times they never find him, and I mean, with some of the ones we watched, 25 years, 30 years. I mean, the parents of the child, most of the ones we watch seem to be children, for some are teenagers. And the parents have already passed before they finally catch the guy, which is just disappointing. So, married to my wife for 23 years and she got ripped away from me. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, that makes it worse. I can't imagine what I would do if something happened to my wife. I've always told her she's got to be more careful. But yeah, that's a difficult one. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks. I've always had people tell me you gotta stay focused on the time you did have and that kind of stuff. But you know, that's a lot easier said than done. Very hard not to get going scorched earth on everything. Exactly. Exactly. Especially when you see that things aren't really being done, or it's taking forever. That's just frustrating. Man, we're almost done with this belt. You guys are tearing it up. All right, so we're going to go up or down today. Let's see. We are at 8-2. They're kind of right in the middle, so we'll probably go up. Go to 8-1. Up on the list, not up in the numbers. Yeah, we're almost done the belt. Almost done the belt. It's not the same without you, Seth. Not the same without you. Uh-oh. Hey, how we go? Lost some of my rice cake. My loss, Abigail's gain. That's what I was going to do. I was going to check the weather. It says thunderstorms starting at 11 a.m., so that's about a half an hour. Says they'll end by 11:45. Ironically, here in the Philippines, so in America, hopefully not power off thunderstorms, right? So that's where I was headed with that. Was ironically, here we have lost power during a thunderstorm only once. The other, 7, 8 times we've lost power has been just normal, at night because they're doing maintenance or something along those lines. Where in America, we only lost power because of thunderstorms. Every once in a while, we would lose it because somebody was driving drunk and ran into a pole. But for the most part, we never had that problem, and it was only thunderstorms, and so that's why I would be more concerned. But here, it seems the power is more reliable during the thunderstorm, less reliable all the other times. So yeah, so that's kind of strange, but and I'm not sure why. The infrastructure here is nothing like America, so from that perspective, it's definitely a big difference. But that would make you think that the thunderstorms would actually cause more power outages, but they really don't. So yeah, it's kind of strange. Kind of strange. But just one of those observations from the far side of the planet. Observations from the far side of the planet. But yeah, hopefully we won't lose power. But you guys will know if that happens. So, if for some reason I completely stop broadcasting, usually Eve is the first thing to disconnect if I have a network problem. And so I'll lose the Eve, but the stream will keep going, or the stream will reconnect. If I lose power, that's pretty much game over. So, but like I said, we're trying to find the right price for a solar generator. Which here, solar power is kind of a no-brainer. Sun shines from, probably 14 hours a day, which has got to be some kind of record. I think it comes up at 5, and it probably doesn't get fully dark until about 7. But yeah, it's kind of impressive. But yeah, we're trying to find the right kind is what we're looking for. Actually, the right price. We saw one of the vloggers we watch demoed one. Really nice. Just really nice. But it was like $4,000, give or take. And I'm like, yeah, that's... I mean, it may be the only one I ever buy. But for that price, I was expecting something a little bit, I mean, like he said, it powered his whole house. His place is bigger than mine now, bigger than the one we're going to build. So it would probably be fine. Problem is the solar generator is probably overkill once we move, since the whole house will be solar when we build. So at that point, the backup to the backup to the backup will probably be a actual gas powered generator, because the only reason we would need it would be because the skies are overcast because of a typhoon or something along those lines, and we're not getting any solar power. So having a solar powered generator wouldn't necessarily solve the problem. So, but I guess if our solar panels got damaged for some reason and I was waiting for them to be replaced or something along those lines, that could possibly be. But even then, yeah. But yeah, we're kind of, like I said, looking at that so we can try and get that going. Since that is the one loophole we currently have that is not being covered. So. My mouse. I have a special mouse. And I can't. It's a wired mouse. I know most of you don't use wired mice anymore. That's kind of a thing of the past, but I am old school. And it has on the wire a mesh that's around the wire, that because of the end of my desk in America and the end of my desk here, the edge of my desk has been worn off in one section of the mouse cord And it's kind of weird because it really does kind of look like a mouse tail. It's all frayed and so it's kind of funny. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've been trying to figure out how do I solve that, but I don't think it's something I need to worry about solving because it's like no big deal. But yeah, it's one of those. It's always interesting. The little things. So we are down to the last 5 asteroids. My goodness. My goodness. That was poor timing, huh? But yeah, hopefully we won't lose any power with the thunderstorms. Like I said, the clouds out there are not really, there's a lot of clouds, but they're not really that dark. Ah, there's a dark one over there. So I'm not really seeing it. You would have had to deal with that large one at some point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, typhoons here are kind of that's a way of life, so it's gonna happen. So one of those you got to plan for it. But yeah, it looks like we're probably gonna be in this place at least another year, since our paperwork is not where it was supposed to be, which is kind of frustrating. It's kind of frustrating. Yeah, we're down to the last ones. Nope, that's it. We got one left. Actually, I'm going to go scout. So let me go. I'm going to go down 1. So I'm going to go to 8-1. There we go. 8-1. I'm going to go check it out. Alright, so there's no rats here. Actually, it looks like a better belt, to be honest. Yeah, I think it is a better belt. And no rats. So whenever you guys are ready, go ahead and compress. Because I'm going to stop everything. It'll take me a while to get it all stopped. So go ahead and compress so you get the last compression in. And then when we move to the other belt, we can compress again. Or you can compress once I start it back up again. Drones are for group warp. There you go. Drones in for group warp. All right. Yeah, so once I get this shut down, we can go ahead and group warp. All right, here we go. You ready? Warp fleet to member.
Warp drive active.
Stop. Alright, cool. There we are. There we are. Impressions back up. Did I get you guys? All here. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, see, I don't normally do the group work, but good call. Good call. Good call. That worked. Did I not have to stop and scoop drones for group work? So did you leave your drones? Sorry, I didn't check to see if there were drones out. I probably should have. I'll fly Kragan back and have him check. Did you leave him there? If you did, I'll go back and get him. Oh, okay, cool. So you did. Oh, yeah, so you did. You pulled yours in, but I don't think he pulled his in, so. No, you stopped. So you did. So you did get him in, because I didn't remember seeing any. So just want to make sure you got your drones. I didn't want to leave anybody's drones there. So you did get him. Okay, cool. All right, excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, we're all right on top of this asteroid. We're probably going to have to mine this asteroid so we have some room to move. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't usually do the group warp. But I should have checked to see if the drones were out. We're all good. But yeah, what else? So yeah, I was telling the wife, so we have a van that we get around in that my brother-in-law drives that belongs to our niece. And we're planning on buying it from the niece since we're using it all the time. But we're actually keeping it up and taking care of it. So we change the oil, we make sure it's got gas, and so Thursday, my wife and brother-in-law are actually going to go and get new tires put on it because my brother-in-law's getting a flat tire like once a month now. And so mostly because of all the junk on the road. And it's always a big old nail, a big old screw. And so yeah, so from that perspective, they're going to go get new tires. And then Friday, since we have the power outage, they're going to be cutting off our power. So there will be no stream on Friday, since I won't have power. But yeah, they're going to cut off the power. And so we're going to go and try and get my ACR card, which is my alien registration card. Just says I'm legal here. I'm legal here because I have a visa for a year. But it actually makes it so that they can keep track of me and know where I'm at and, you know, kind of register with the government. And so I'm going to go get that, which is going to be a picture ID, which will be nice. I'll go put in the application for it, which you have to do, and then you come back 2 weeks later and pick it up. And so we're just trying to figure out where exactly we should do that, whether we should go to Manila to do it, or whether we should go to Batangas City to do it. And I think we're going to go to Batangas City. Batangas City we haven't been to yet. I'd really like to see it. It's also where the ferry is that goes to other parts of the country. So there's a ferry here in Batangas that you can drive to. You can actually pull your car on it, and it'll take you and your car to the other part of the country. So, which is kind of nice. It's not very expensive. It takes, I think, 4 or 5 hours, but that's to be expected. It's a slow ship, but yeah. So from that perspective, I think we're going to try to do that. They're probably going to buy the tires in Lipa, which is a couple hours away. So where Miss Bond goes shopping is where you can get it done. Yeah, there you go. So, but she's also talking about trying to get our driver's licenses taken care of, because we are past the 3 months. So at 3 months, we're supposed to have our driver's license converted from American driver's license to Filipino driver's license. And but once again, anytime you go to a government office here in the Philippines, it's like an all-day affair. And so that one's one that's like, yeah, that one might not work out. So but yeah, what's up, Blue Gray? Good to see ya. I need to delete every damn metal scrap I have in the cluster and just mine Veldspar with you. There you go. Got rolled out again? Oh my goodness. Well, at least they're consistent. Are keeping you on your toes, though. But yeah, good to see you. You're welcome to come mine some Veldspar with us right now. We're mining right now, so feel free to join us if you want. But yeah, good to see you today. But yeah, so that's kind of the plan for this week. My ACR card is actually a month overdue. So I thought it was 3 months. It turns out it's actually 2 months. So now that I'm at the 3rd month, I'm actually illegal, which I'm really not. But yeah, I should have registered with the government. So I have my seed in, but next need to jump there and 20 jump low. Yeah, yeah. Do this enough times, I'll have a fancy skins on the miners. There you go. I will. Gonna buy back all my crap and go there. Sounds like a plan. We'll be here for a couple hours more at least. Yeah, about 2.5 hours still. So. But yeah, so from that perspective, it's kind of, she's got some things lined up, but it turns out it looks like, now these are van tires, so, but it looks like they're about the same price as in America, which is kind of rare. Everything here is cheaper. You know, my haircut was $2. Abigail's haircut was $12, you know, where respectively I paid $20 for mine and $40 for hers. And so, yeah, in America. But it seems the tires are right around the same. They're about $100 a piece. And kind of weird. So, computer parts, electronics especially, are more expensive than America, which is strange because we're actually closer to Taiwan and, you know, the other places where they're made. And but there's I guess there's a larger tariff to bring them into this country, so that's where that comes from. And now I've noticed that tires are also more expensive. So that one's kind of interesting. So somebody's texting me. Oh, well that one backfired. As soon as I targeted it. Yeah, so no, that's my Filipino phone, so that's probably my, oops, what the hell, man? I'm sure that's my cell service provider. They send me messages all the damn time. which is super frustrating. What are you doing? Why are you going to Shopee? I didn't say go to Shopee. It says it's updated. Yep. Yeah, I don't think that's the one I wanted. So I upgraded my, I had to upgrade my, God, this thing is ridiculous.
Captain,
My,
incoming message.
Android had a update, which is kind of weird because I have a really old, it's on the really old phone that it got updated, which I don't know why that would be. Come on, go away. Oh, for crying out loud. So that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. Yeah, so I have a video wallpaper on my phone. I want to set it for both. Why are you not asking me? But this damn one that I do, it's got ads on it, which is just super frustrating. And it's great for wallpapers. So, oop. All right, there we go. I don't know where that's coming from. For some reason, when I upgraded it, it added some other weather app on there. What's up, Lego? Good to see ya. Added some other weather app on there that's showing as Manila. And I'm like, we're not in Manila. But I can't seem to figure out how to get rid of it. Good to see you, Lego. How you doing today? Pretty good. Got a little needed recharge. Day off work. Spent some hours with the wife. I don't see her much. There you go. Ask ChatGPT. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny you say that, Jerry Can, but I have been asking ChatGPT pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. And I've only had it make one mistake so far. We asked it the other day, so every time we watch one of those crime ones and it says the guy's on death row, it's always from like before 2000. It's like they don't give anybody the death penalty since 2000 for some reason. I don't know why. But, so they're all prior to 2000, so I know it usually takes 20 years for them to, exhaust their appeals and blah, blah, blah. And so it never tells me whether they're still on death row or not. So I asked ChatGPT if they're on death row, and I got one that said, Yes, he's still on death row. And it gave me a summary of the trial and that the other, and said what he did and blah blah blah. And I said, so when is his execution scheduled? And it came back and said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It turns out such and such died in prison. So he's not on death row, and he's not scheduled for execution because he already died. And so that was the first time I ever had it make a mistake, but it was funny because it actually apologized for making a mistake, which I thought. You guys will get a kick out of this. So I actually asked ChatGPT if I should be concerned about the uprising of the AI and and the AI eliminating all humanity. And it told me that seems pretty far-fetched. It says, but I do understand your concern. It says, and most of it comes down to how AI is used. If AI is used responsibly, we should have no fear. If AI is not used responsibly, then there could be some concerns. And I thought that was a pretty, what do you call that? A pretty neutral answer. Like, yeah, you should be concerned. I'm going to kill you because you're asking me all these stupid questions. Sounds more honest and reasoned. Yeah. Which makes me think that, okay, there's something else going on here. Because if it actually answered me honestly and said, damn straight I'm going to kill you, I would probably treat you more. Ask how long we have until the singularity. Yeah. Don't be scared of me yet, but don't fuck it up or you'll find out. Exactly. That's what it was. He was like, yeah, it's all about using it responsibly. If bad people use AI in a bad way, then yes, it could go off the rails and become something to be concerned about. But yeah, I'll ask it that one. I haven't asked it about the singularity yet, but oh my God, I've got probably 20 chats. Because every time I start a new topic, I open a new chat, and so... But it actually remembers, yeah, garbage in, garbage out, right. China, yeah. It actually remembers what I ask it from previous chats, so it actually does kind of carry over. But I try to keep them separated so then I can go back and kind of look at what it said. So yesterday when we had trouble getting the server, so I purchased a server. I purchased a game server, so a virtual. And I couldn't connect to it. It said it was up. I couldn't connect to it. No matter what I did, it wouldn't work. And so I asked ChatGPT, and it gave me a whole list of things to try. And then after I tried all those, and they didn't work, I said, okay, I've tried all those. They didn't work. It said, okay, well, I had already put a ticket in with the vendor. It said, you're probably going to have to put a ticket in with the vendor because there's a problem on the server. And sure enough, after, 2-3 hours... the vendor came back and said, yeah, we found it. We fixed it. You should be good now. And sure enough, we were able to connect. So, but it logs your request. You can go back and search the history. You don't need to keep the chats open. Yeah, I thought about that. But from my perspective, I keep them open because I constantly go back and reference them. So, perfect example, I asked about this ACR that we're going to go and get on Friday. What I need, what I got to do, blah, blah, blah. And so I constantly go back to reference what it tells me. So, I got to fill out a form, of course, which is always interesting. And then I got to take my passport. And I'm supposed to have a copy of my passport and blah, 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 blah. And so, yeah, you seem overly concerned with AI in a negative way that suggests neurosis. I have contacted your priest. Yeah, exactly. And the local mental health rehab, yes. They're on their way. Please don't do anything drastic. Yeah, that's a good one. It's funny, though, because it has access to the web. But every time it's going to reference the web, it always has to ask my permission, which I think is kind of weird. And so I'm like, it says, hey, is it okay if I look that up on the web? And I'm like, yeah, that was kind of my point of my question, but... I'm like, honestly, I think you probably should be looking everything up on the web, to be perfectly honest. Not that I trust the web, but, at least that'll get you in the ballpark. Stock up on canned food and ammo. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Al, I don't get the China thing. Your China reference. Most of the AI, yeah, we should probably be concerned with China. Actually, here in the Philippines, they are very concerned with China. From a news perspective, the Chinese have been constantly harassing the Filipinos in the North China Sea, which the Filipinos consider to be the South Philippine Sea, and that's always a big one. But yeah, they've actually caused some. They haven't caused any deaths yet, but they've actually caused some major injuries, and that's caused some concern. But yeah, that's the Chinese. So between the Philippines, they don't want America to get a foothold in China, which I understand. Anybody who has a foothold in the Philippines has pretty much access to the rest of all of Asia, and so, which is why the Philippines is so important, but which is also why the Chinese want it. But they're also trying to get, annex Taiwan and I think a couple others, and I'm like, Hong Kong, and so I'm like, yeah, you guys might want to focus on one and stick with that so you don't overextend yourself. But yeah, hard to say where that's going to end up. But yeah, they were harassing the Filipinos in the North China Sea for long before we even came here. Probably for a year before we got here, they were harassing them. It's just kind of escalated since we've been here. They just keep kind of upping their game a little bit. They knocked a couple of them. So I guess the Filipinos are actually stationed on a derelict ship, which I don't know why. And that's a whole different issue. And they have a squad, I guess you'd call it, on this derelict ship that's in the North China Sea, so that they can, emphasize their realm of control. But of course, it's a derelict ship, so it's in bad shape. And the Chinese are just kind of harassing it. They're spraying it with powerful hoses to get it. What's up, Millen Art? Good to see you, buddy. And that's when they ended up knocking a couple of them off and causing some bodily harm. They didn't kill anybody, thank God. But yeah, it has caused a couple issues, and so but they seem like they know exactly what they can get away with, so they just kind of come up to the line and they never quite cross over it. So laughs in playing as Legion in Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. There you go. Where'd that come from? What's up, EIS? Has a Terminator Steel and Abrams tank. There you go. Yeah, see, I'm not familiar with Terminator Dark Fate. That sounds like a pretty good one. Ooh. We got the whole crew here today. Sorry about the yawn. Sorry about that. I was actually talking to my daughter last night till... Well, I think I talked to her till about 1:30 a.m. And then I watched a show with my wife till about 3 a.m. So it's really fun and interesting. Cool, cool. That's good. Always good to have a good one. We just played Ark yesterday on stream. Ark Survival Ascended. The new one. I say the new one. The latest one. I don't think it's that new. But yeah, I got killed a lot. The dinos really seemed to like... I must have been some kind of delicacy. Because they were tearing me up. So... I do know just small on tank, a 120mm Abrams gun would penetrate a 8 cm or plain steel. Alright? A reminder, all my broadcasts are out on YouTube. If you guys ever miss any, if you want to see the Ark one from yesterday where I got killed like 20 times, that's out on YouTube. Same name, Bondar JR. So, you know what's funny? In TDFD, they are Abrams upgrade where you cram a 30mm Gatling in the turret. There you go. Upgrade. Upgrade. Golly. And that thing takes a long time to load. I had to reload some more charges in my boost. Sorry about that. To me, that does not sound like an upgrade. But yeah, so yeah, you guys need to check out the Ark one from yesterday. You can also see it on Twitch. It's out there on Twitch. If you go to my stream and videos, it'll be out there. Did get killed a lot, but it is a group game. We have our own private servers, so you guys are welcome to join us. Nevertheless, are you good? Yeah, I'll pull it up. Good job. Thanks, Lego. It's also, if you need to get some sleep, you know, it's got my voice in there, so you know that's kind of soothing, put you right to sleep. So Millen says he is good. No. Which is what I would expect him to say. All right? I'll put it on right before bed. There you go. Yeah, I don't know that I hope it works out, Lego, but I'm hopefully, because there is an awful lot of killing, so yeah. But then again, I don't think I screamed about any of them. I think I did swear a couple times, which is rare for me, because they were the dinos were really picking me off. And those damn birds were stealing all my crap. And then they would drop it, and I couldn't find it. Where the hell did it go? Where the hell did it go? I'm definitely going to make it my mission to get rid of those birds. Can't remember their actual dino name, but I'm going to get rid of them. I never found my club. That's how I figured out that if I actually select it or try to select it, it actually builds a new one. and then puts it in there, which I didn't realize because I was like, "Where'd my club? How am I get my club back?" And so, Ichthyi, that's it, the Ichthyornis, Ichthyornis. Yeah, definitely problematic. Definitely problematic. Cool beans. Cool beans. You guys are on it before I could even get them out. Taking me out of a job. Taking me out of a job. Stealthy, yeah. You know Dino also, so. Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're referring to there, EIS with Dino. DYNO. Big stretches from Abigail. Big stretches. All right, come up here. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Show off your new haircut? Show off your new haircut? Yeah. Only problem is when I pet you, the hair goes all over the place. I don't want hair all over the place. I just cleaned out my computer. Yes, I love you too. Yes, I do. 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 Yeah, I need a bigger club. I do need a bigger club. I switched to the slingshot. Somebody suggested the slingshot, and that was working. I was actually getting the trike. I was up on a mountain shooting the trike, and that was working until my slingshot broke. And the trike ran away, and I was up on the mountain, so I couldn't chase him. I started shooting. She, I guess, had a baby, and I started shooting the baby, thinking that would make him come back, but that didn't work either. So yeah. Dyno is the thing you put on a motor to make it more horsepower, something like that. Okay. Don't mess with the babies. Yeah. I would have been happy capturing the baby, being able to tame the baby as well, but every time I tried to attack the baby, the mom came at me. So I think that's how I got killed a couple times. So then I just started focusing on the mom and figured the baby would come after I got rid of the mom, but I never got the mom. Once I got her down to where she was about to get knocked out, she started running. Damn it. So yeah, so then I learned Ebola. And now I'm going to try to be like a Narcos, my Brazilian buddy, and see if I can get the Ebola to be able to keep him from running away. So that's my next attempt. But yeah. Actually, I think Jerry Can's on their plan right now. So, like I said, by the time I probably get back on, he'll probably have a whole city built. So, spaceships, all the dinosaurs will have been wiped out, exterminated. I think I did research fishing pole too, so I can actually start catching some fish rather than hunting them with my spear, because that seemed like I died several times that way. Though the fish, I don't know why, the fish really doesn't curb your hunger very much. The fish seems to go away really quick. Though, yeah, the next time I log in, there'll probably be 100 dodos, so maybe I'll just kill off some dodos. So, as long as I'm not exterminated, I feel quite well. There you go. I got a metal pick and hatchet and a crossbow. Ah, the crossbow would probably be better. Yeah, the crossbow would probably be better. Yeah, what level are you now, Jerry Can? You're probably like level 100. That's the way it always was when I got a server with my brother. I would start the server, him and I would play together. And then he would play non-stop until he got so far ahead of me that it was like, okay, why am I bothering to play anymore? ...22 or 23. That's not too bad. I think I'm like 16 or 17, so... Oh. For some reason, I woke up this morning and everything hurt. My wrist, my shoulder, my back. I think my wife beat me up in the middle of the night. I just can't prove it. Just can't prove it. I actually have a pet camera here that I have for that I used to have for the dogs. That maybe I'll set up in the bedroom so that I can, you know, catch her beating me up in the middle of the night. So, sock full of sand. There you go. Yeah, something that doesn't leave any marks. It's just painful. Yeah. Prison rules. Prison rules. Yeah, we've been watching a lot of those crime dramas, so she might have picked up something from one of those. That's how I'm gonna do it. Forget the shiv. Forget the shiv. Mount a sleep cam. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I got a wireless one that works. That I used for the dogs back in Kansas City that I brought with me. So yeah, maybe I have to do that just to see if she's beating me up in my sleep. I would think that I would wake up if she was beating me up, but maybe not. I don't know. Seems kind of strange. Seems kind of strange. I guess it was not the woman that did you hurt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just getting old. I hate to believe that, but probably true. Probably true. Probably true. Did you drink Taste Funny last night? Yeah, so that was one of the ones we watched. Was that yesterday or the day before? Was about a doctor. I guess he was the leading cancer doctor in the world out of Ohio. And he had a living girlfriend that he was trying to have a baby with. And then he had they never got married. But then he had a research partner. And I guess they were having an affair as well. And the research partner tried to kill him. And I'm like, seriously? Why would she kill him? But yeah, it was interesting. Actually, I'm too far away. How am I too far away? Yeah, so the research partner tried to kill him. But yeah, she used antifreeze in his coffee. She had some special... She was from Colombia. And she had some special Colombian coffee that she tried to feed him. And yeah, it was devastating. Actually, he survived, but I guess it did permanent kidney damage. And then she ended up having to go to jail, so so that didn't work out very well for her. Which is what my wife always says. Why do these people do this stuff? It never works out. Like, yeah. It never does, but that doesn't seem to matter. Alright, stop. I'm gonna end up drifting too far, you watch. These two are right at the limit. Alright, I think we're good. Getting old is not the best sometimes. Yep. But there is no other option, right? I don't know. So one of the questions I asked, ads are going to start in 26 seconds. One of the other questions I asked ChatGPT was about humanity colonizing the stars and what needed to happen for that to happen. And we got into a big discussion about cryogenics and faster than light travel and all the projects that are being done along those lines, research-wise, by NASA and Elon Musk and There was another one that was doing something, and it was actually really interesting. I've gotten into some really interesting conversations with ChatGPT. So yeah, so I definitely would recommend it, especially now that they've upgraded it and it has internet access, because it can access up-to-date information. But it doesn't seem to remember what it accesses. It has to access it over and over and over again, which is kind of weird. So, but yeah, because when I checked it before, it was only updated to 2021, and that was no good. Now it's updated to 2025, and it has internet access, so it can grab other stuff. So, which is kind of nice. So, did you ask ChatGPT how to verify people? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. It sounds a lot of unnecessary, yeah. No, I didn't, Jerry Can. I need to do it. Reduce the value of the insurance policy, live longer. There you go. That's my plan. The record for my family, the men in my family, is like 72, 73. And so I plan on breaking the record. So the men in my family have not had really good luck when it came to different things. But I'm going to break the record. So just by how much is the question. You actually get to a point when you're like 100 where you're like, was it really worth it to live longer? So your voice is breaking. That's probably on your end, EIS. It's fine on my end. And there's no internet problems at the moment, so it's probably just you. You might refresh the stream, see if that helps. Breaking for YouTube, but only every now and then. Okay. Yeah, the internet kind of is like a pendulum, so it kind of goes down and goes up, and I think probably when it goes down, it probably breaks a little bit. Every few minutes, yeah. And I think that's what happens because it's hitting those Starlink satellites. Every few minutes, it's got to change to a new satellite as they move over. And so I think that's probably when it is, which is kind of bad. Yep. And part of that's because I'm on the roaming service. They say when I get on the residential service, that will get better. So that would be nice if I can get that taken care of sooner rather than later. So yep. Yeah, when they explained it, it made sense. It was just one of those that was like, I still wasn't happy about it. Because I'm like, hey, the whole point in me buying this service was to get the residential, which is what I wanted. And they still claim they don't have any open. What's up, Raven Galactic? Not noticing any breaks here. Thanks, Al. Appreciate it. Raven Galactic, good to see you. Not sure if you heard the earlier one since the ads were on. Good to see you, buddy. Thinking seriously about Malaysia or similar. That's a good one. Yep, so thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Yeah, Malaysia's a good one. Heard a lot of good things about Malaysia. So would definitely recommend. My wife and I are planning on doing some traveling once we I think once we get the house built, we'll probably do some traveling. But like I said, that's probably going to be at least a year or more. Since the paperwork's not in order and the contractor we were planning on using decided to they could get away with charging me double. So to which I pretty much told them where they could go with their double. I got double something for you. They didn't even bat an eye when I told them they were double everybody else. Okay, thanks for considering us. Like, seriously? No, hey, let us counter offer? Nope, didn't care. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, we're flying through these now. Since you're near tropical jungles, all the survival skills you're learning may come in handy. Yeah, those Ark survival skills may come in handy. Especially once we're in Imelda, because it is kind of a jungle. There's not a whole lot of people living there, so... But that's a good point. Thanks, Al. Can never know too much. I don't know. I don't think there's a whole lot of dinosaurs, though. I think the biggest ones I have to deal with here are snakes, cobras. So, which thank goodness I haven't seen a cobra here yet. But I figure in Imelda we'll probably have a few, because it is jungle. I shouldn't say it's jungle. They've cleared a lot of it, but... And we're closer to the beach there as well, so that'll be nice. Man killer ticks, yeah. The ticks are one that's... And that's one of the reasons we got Abigail cut so short, is she's been getting a lot of ticks. Which we didn't have that problem in America. Not very often. The only place you really picked up ticks is if you were out roaming around in the woods. But, and I didn't take the dogs into the woods very often, so... They do have some big old spiders here. I saw a spider the other day that was probably about that big, which I was pretty shocked by. I was like, man, that's a big spider. He was on the wall of our dirty kitchen outside on the back porch. And I was kind of like, wow, that's a big spider. I'm not a huge spider fan. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to stay in here. I don't need to go out there. Like I said, I think the only thing spiders aren't that bad. Snakes are the ones that I really don't like. Anything that can move faster than me and it has no legs, that's just not natural. That's just, there's something wrong about that. There's something wrong with that. Something wrong with that. Alright. What else? Excuse me. I'm gonna have to get a nap this afternoon, that's for sure. What else? So yeah, we'll try to get my ACR card, maybe our driver's licenses on Friday since we don't have power. So yeah, no stream on Friday, just a reminder. They are shutting off our power on Friday for the whole day, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we're planning to go to a different city. Get some things done. Without power, that means no air conditioning. Without air conditioning, that means, yeah, Ron's not a happy boy. But yeah, what else? Like I said, we're still looking for the solar generator. My brother-in-law says he can get one for 5,000 pesos, which is about $100, which I'm not quite believing. That seems too cheap, but so yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But yeah, if it's enough to run the internet and the computer, that'll be fine by me. I could actually reach out my window and put it right out there on the roof and have it just collect 9-volt battery in a box. You know, it's funny you say that. So my brother-in-law gave me what they call a battery backup here, and it's not a 9-volt battery, but it's like a lawnmower battery in a box, and that's what they use for their battery backup. And I haven't quite figured out how to get it to work yet, so because it doesn't seem to recharge, which is what I need. If I plug into it and it's draining, it should be taken from the power unless the power goes out, and then take from the battery, but it doesn't seem to work that way. So it may be it's not hooked up right, but I actually need to probably go out to the company website, because nothing here comes with instructions. That's the other thing. Nothing comes with instructions, or if they do come with instructions, they're very vague. Step 1, open the box. Steps 2, use the product. Nothing between step 1 and 2 on how to put the product together. Oh yeah, I bought a metal standing rack for our shower, for the 2 showers. We got 2 bathrooms. And it came with no instructions on how to install it. And it took me a while to figure it out, but I did get it installed. And so I actually bought one, tried it to make sure it worked the way I wanted, that it was the right size and all that. And then I bought a second one, and that was easier because I had already put the first one together. So that would last long enough for you to save your work and shut down the PC. Yeah, exactly. So, what's the name of the battery? It says YTZ7V, whatever that is. Never heard of it. YTZ7V. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But yeah, this one, I guess he couldn't fit the battery inside the box. So the battery's actually sitting outside the box. So yeah, so here's the box. Here's the box. Oh, you can't see it because it's black. There we go. I might be able to catch it. I really need to turn off that thing, but yeah. Yeah, it's not picking it up. But it says battery backup. APC battery backup 650. And this one has a battery in it, but it doesn't work. That one has a battery, and it actually works. Ask ChatGPT. That's probably what I'll do next. I figured I'd go out to the company's website, because they do have a website, APC, and see if I can get the specs on the actual on the box and how it's supposed to work, because I wonder if it's actually hooked up right. My brother-in-law drilled a hole in the side and took the wire through and then hooked it up, but they're both red wires, which is kind of confusing because the power should only go to one. The red should only be on the positive. So, but yeah, like I said, I did plug the computer into it the last time I shut things off, and it did power it, but it beeped the whole time saying it was on battery backup, even though it was plugged into the wall. So it didn't seem like it was recharging. So yeah, so that's why I figured I'd go out and get the specs, see if they have a document, and get the specs. So plug the box into the wall and plug the PC into the box. Yeah, that's what I did. And then when I turned the PC on, it just beeped and it beeps really loud. which is what mine at back in Kansas City did when it was on the battery, when it was running off the battery. So yeah, well, it's plugged into the wall, so whatever the wall has. So yeah, so but yeah. So now it's just actually plugged into the wall and not plugged into the computer. So because I figured, okay, maybe the battery hasn't been charged, so let me plug it in and see if it charges. But it was weird when we lost the power. We lost the power last Tuesday, a week ago today. The box, even though nothing's plugged into it, when the power went out, it beeped. Even though there's nothing plugged in it. And so, which was kind of funny. Because I was like, okay, that's not quite working. I figured, I was thinking about it, I could probably hook up one of the monitors to it just to see. Because that actually pulls less power. The computer pulls a lot of power.
Asteroid is
And
depleted.
so that's one of the problems.
Asteroid is depleted.
But yeah. But it's one of those, it hasn't gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, not that big a deal yet. So, like I said, the plan is to get a actual solar generator and have that hooked up so that it'll swap over to that. And then I won't have to worry about it. So check watt hours of battery versus watt hours of PC. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the other problem is one is American, one is Filipino. So they're in different measurements. So but yeah, there's no specs or anything on this thing at all. So yeah, like I said, I'll go out to see if I can go out to the website and pull if there is documentation on it. The battery, like I said, it looks like exactly like a lawnmower battery, and I don't remember those being rechargeable. So I guess they are, because the lawnmower had an alternator, and so it would charge it up, I guess, while it was running. But yeah, from that perspective. My goodness, they're dropping faster than I can target them. You guys are killing them. Think the battery is underrated for your PC? Probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the PC, I had problems with the PC, so the power supply on the PC actually will regulate the power. So it's the only thing, it's not the only thing, but it's one of the things that I don't need a transformer for. Where everything else from America I need a transformer for because it doesn't regulate the power itself. In America, the power is not dirty, so we don't need transformers in them. But the power supply for a PC is able to regulate it. It keeps it clean. And so, but when I did plug it into the transformer, it immediately shut off the transformer because it pulled too much power through the transformer. The transformer was only able to pull so much power or provide so much power. So it would anytime it was fine until I loaded up a game. As soon as I loaded up a game, everything shut off. And so I figured out that's what it was, and then I realized, okay, well, I don't need it in this transformer anyway. I was just kind of double dipping, and so I took it out and took care of it, and I haven't had a problem with it since. But yeah, so from that perspective, I know it does pull a lot, but I have no idea what it's pulling. So. But yeah, it does make sense. The battery's probably too low. So there is a computer store here on the main street, like less than, I don't know, less than a block from where our house is. And so I've been thinking about going out there. Problem is they don't have any hours posted, so I never know when they're open. It's just, I think I drove by once and the door was open and I was like, oh, okay, so they're open. But at that point in time we were going somewhere else. And so yeah, so from that perspective it's kind of like, okay. So yeah, I've been thinking about stopping in there just to see what kind of stuff they have and that kind of other thing. But there's a lot of computer stores in the mall, so that's another place to check. Dark Strider, what's up, buddy? What do you call the country North Japan, South Mongolia, East India, and West Taiwan if you get it off wish.com? No problem, Blue Gray. Wish.com. I'm not familiar with wish.com. Oh, so you're ordering something off wish.com. So you're saying, okay, so there's Mongolia. I have a mouse pad here. I really would like to show you guys one of these days. I have a mouse pad here that has the whole world on it and all the time zones, which is really cool. It's a really big mouse pad, and it fits on my desk. Awesome. So what do you call the country north of Japan? North of Japan, so there's Japan, I think. No, that's not Japan. It's New Zealand. Jerry K and I were talking about this yesterday. Geography is definitely not my strong point, so. I know Japan is pretty close to the Philippines, so there's the Philippines. It's Indonesia, Malaysia. You said Mongolia. Mongolia is way over there. Yeah, there's Mongolia. So yeah, you're thinking China, right? This picture sounds like China. Yeah, China. You get China, not just the plates either. Ah, gotcha. China. Yes, China. That's a big country. I still don't see Japan. I see Indonesia, Malaysia. What are you doing? There's Japan. I see it. I see Japan. There. Oh. Yeah, China, not the plates. What? That's a different kind of China. Yeah, what do you got going on here? There's something right here. She's got something on her neck. And of course, it's always on the opposite side of where I'm looking. Your ear's in the way. Yeah, it feels like something's there. But Dark Strider, how you been? Haven't seen you in a while. All right. I'm coming. Oh, my back itches. So yeah, it turns out on my huge mouse pad, that is all the way to the edge. Which is funny. All the way on the edge, which is where I have everything piled up. I had to move it all so I could see it. Which is always funny. The place where I am is always under what I'm working on, so yeah, I need to shift things around so that I'm putting it over Africa, since I never talk about Africa. And then I'll be able to see Philippines and everything under it. But it's also the dirtiest part of my mouse pad, which I need to clean it. It is pretty dirty. But yeah, I talked to my daughter yesterday, so that was good. $11:44, so that'd be 10:44. Yeah, that's pretty late for him. One of my friends from America texted me, so I'm trying to see if what time it is there, so I know whether I can text him back or not, or if I'm gonna wake him up. I'm most likely gonna wake him up, so I'm not gonna text him back. Not gonna text him back. Not gonna text him back. You don't get to be a good friend by waking people up in the middle of the night. But yeah, it was good talking to my daughter. I haven't talked to her in probably about a month. So that was good for us to catch up. So 12 hours behind for US, so he would be awake. Yeah. No, probably not, because it's 11:46 here. And he's still working for a living. So, but he's also in Kansas City, so he's an hour earlier than that. It's actually 13 hours. But that's 10:46 p.m., which I'm sure he's in bed. He's one of those goes to bed pretty early. Yeah, I don't know anybody in PST. Actually, that's not true, but I think my daughter's in PST. Actually, my daughter's in Mountain. But yeah. There you go. Actually, the one I'm really missing, to be perfectly honest, is cinnamon bears. You know, those gummy cinnamon bears? God, I love them. I can't seem to find them here. Juicy Fruits. Mike and Ike's. Good and Plenty. Can't find any of that stuff here.
Is depleted.
All the candy is all Asian candy. And so, yeah, I can't find any of that. Which is funny, because it is probably the one thing I've never had trouble finding. So yeah, CVS, any of the drugstores carry them. Any candy store, of course, would carry them, but yeah. Yeah, so that's the other problem, is the theater here, they don't sell it right. They don't sell that stuff. And so, because nobody here buys it. So, yeah, nobody's gonna pay $10 for a box of candy at the theater here, because it costs less than $10 to go to the movies. So, but yeah, so I think that's probably it. It's one of those American things that's too expensive for them to actually sell here. So, I did find a candy store here. It's in Manila, and I think they might have it. I actually need to contact them and see if they'll deliver. But they probably will. Just about everybody delivers, which is kind of nice. Problem is, I'm not sure with the heat what it would look like after being delivered for 3 days from Manila, because that's probably how long it would take. Even though I could do it in 1 day, it's one of those that probably, if they're delivering, it's probably going to take 3 days. So, We got some rats. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to let you guys handle them because you guys are way quicker than me anyway. Well, we'll see. It doesn't look like anybody's handling them. All right. My goodness gracious. Why did that stop? Oh, maybe the crystal. Did the crystal break? Yep, the crystal broke. Need to get an orca with the creamy yellow and white Amar skin. Call it tapioca orca. Tapioca pudding. There you go. That's a good one, Blue Gray. They were not messing with anyone. Yeah, it seems like it. They were just hanging out. Hanging out. Just hanging out. Tapioca pudding. I may use that, Blue Gray. Tapioca pudding. That's a good one. That's a good one. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground. The different compression makes is impressive. Yep. It's almost not worth mining without compression, to be perfectly honest. It's just, it is such a game changer. Such a game changer. Such a game changer. Alright, I gotta target some more. What else we got? Such a game changer when you see it. Yep. Happy orca pudding. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that. I don't think I can remotely change the name of my orca. Let me see if I can. I have an orca and Venolin. MNO. Well, obviously I didn't call it orca. Wonder what I called it. I don't know why I wouldn't have called it orca. There it is. It's got my other one in it. Let's see. Can I rename it? No, I can't rename it from remote. That's what I thought. I can repackage it from remote, but I can't rename it from remote. That seems kind of wrong. That seems kind of wrong. I should be able to rename it remote. Can't take my rock, so you want to take my orca name? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I may use that one. I may use that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I may use that one. Oh. Sorry, my pants are riding up on me. So yeah, so still no No real heavy cloud cover. Or at least no storm clouds. They said 11:45, so it's actually past that. So obviously we're probably out of the thunderstorm time frame. Let me see what the weather says. Let me see what the weather says, because I guarantee it's probably changed. Nope, now it says thunderstorms will end at 12:30. Yeah, so it must be like in America, where if it rains in one little spot, then that counts as rain. So, yeah, it doesn't seem to be here. But yeah, what else? So yeah, so that's the plan. Like I said, once again, no stream on Friday. We will be without power, or so they tell us. They told us a week or so ago we were going to be without water overnight, and we did not lose water. So I'm not really sure about the power, but being that I can't really take that chance, especially since the air conditioning would be off, we're just going to go ahead and plan to go do something that day anyway. So and I thought it was nice of them to at least give us a week's notice, because I think they told us last week. My brother-in-law that lives in Manila, my wife's sister's husband, he said there's a website out there that kind of tells you all that stuff, but when I asked him for it, he wasn't able to give it to me. So I don't know if it's a secret website, but and I can never remember what kind of power we have, who's our power company here, because I think I could probably look it up on their somewhere. They probably have something, but because what they use in Manila versus what we use is different. They're not the same. But yeah. So yeah, no stream on Friday. But I will update you guys on Sunday night, Monday morning, on how all that went. If we actually did file my ACR card application, if we got our driver's licenses. I'm figuring we're probably not going to be able to do both. Now, the ACR one seems like it should be pretty simple. They just look at my documentation, they take the form, and then I come back 2 weeks later and get the card. So they're really doing the work during the 2 weeks, but we'll see. I have yet to go to a government place that was efficient here in the Philippines. We have been told, in the case of the driver's license, that yeah, you probably should allow yourself either get there very early or count on it being all day, because it's always a 3 to 4 hour wait. And so, but that's kind of normal here. I mean, we went to pick up a check, my wife's retirement check, which she's not officially retired, but the retirement here in the Philippines kind of cut her loose, and they just cut her a check for what she had in. And we went to pick up the check, and that took us over an hour just to pick up a check, which we got there first thing as soon as they opened. We had the first number. They still made us wait over an hour before they called the first number. And then it took, I don't know, probably 15 to 30 minutes for them, I guess, to find the check and give it to her after she proved who she was and everything else. So yeah, so It's not very efficient here. That's probably the only negative thing I can say about the Philippines. When it comes to the government stuff, it's not very efficient. Now, with that said, I've been in the DMV in America many, many times, and they're not very efficient either. So, so, yeah. So it could just be a DMV thing. They don't call it the DMV here. They call it Lands Transportation. I think it's LTA, the Lands Transportation Authority. And so your driver's license comes from the Land Transportation Authority. And so, but yeah, for us to convert our American license over to a Filipino license, I think is pretty simple in the scheme of thing. Still takes all day. So, because I guess you got to go to multiple windows and it's, and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And so, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. I'll take my tablet. I got a book I'm reading. I think I told you guys I'm reading. I finished the Blade itself by Joe Abercrombie. I think it's Joe Abercrombie. And actually, I was very pleased with it. Yeah, I think it was Joe Abercrombie. Digital orders. That's the ones I want. Yeah. Yeah, Joe Abercrombie. So I finished The Blade itself, which is the first book in the trilogy, the first Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie. It's listed on the 2025 fantasy list for best series. It's like number 3, I think. And so I had read number 1, which was Lord of the Rings, and number 2, which is Wheel of Time. So my brother and I are reading it together. And so, I don't know, the DMV in my town, me and my pops had to wait only 15 minutes and out by 20 minutes after we arrived. See, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I had that happen once. And I can't remember. I think I went on a holiday that was a bank holiday, but not a government holiday. And for the life of me, I couldn't even tell you which holiday it was because I don't even know what fits into that small category. And so I think everybody thought it was a holiday because the banks were closed, and so there was nobody there. And I got in and like you said, like 15, 20 minutes. It was like perfect. But yeah, it happened only once. Now, I've always lived in larger towns, so from that perspective, that's probably part of it. If you have a smaller town, you might have better luck. But yeah. So that one shipped. That one hasn't shipped yet. Why hasn't it shipped? But yeah. And the place was packed too. Well, see, now that's pretty good. If the place is packed and you still get out of there in that amount of time, that's pretty amazing. That means they've actually done what they're shooting to do, And don't get me wrong. The people that work at the DMV probably get to deal with some of the worst people on the planet, okay? They're probably not the nicest people in the world, probably in a bad mood, And so I can understand that they may not always get treated with the respect they deserve, okay? But it does seem every time I've been there, no matter how nice I am, they seem super grumpy. And that's one thing I'll say here for the Philippines. They're really nice all the time. They're just not fast. And so, they are polite to a fault. Nicest people, some of the nicest people in the world. But when you go into a government office, it's just expected to take all day because that's pretty much what you're going to be dealing with. And as long as you go into it with that expectation, it's not a big problem. So. But yeah. Yep, we're almost done this belt too. We're definitely gonna, we may even get another one done. I think our record is 6. But we're not gonna get to 6 today. But 3 is a really good showing. If we get 3 done, that's pretty damn good. So. But yeah, if the place was packed and you still got out in 20 minutes, that's awesome. That's awesome. And so that's one, yeah, I would definitely recommend. I would travel across the state for that. Because like I said, all the ones I've gone to, I actually am usually really sickly sweet because I don't want to get, I don't want to get on their bad side because I need them. I'm realistic, okay? If I need something from somebody, then, there's no reason to cop an attitude because that's not going to help. And so, not everybody thinks that way, unfortunately. So they probably have to deal with some pretty crappy people from time to time. But even then, oh, there's Seth. There's Seth. You want to invite Seth? We still got an hour. I'll give you an invite. You can always turn it down if you want. Well, your drones are useless now. My drones are useless now. Why are my drones useless? The drones you gave me. Oh, the drones I gave you. Did you upgrade or are you still using the Catalyst? Yeah, the Catalyst doesn't have a drone bay. So yeah, we got to get you into a different one. I was planning on building you a ship. It reminds me. I was going to see if you could fly a Vexor. The ones that were Science 5. Okay. Yeah, the Science 5, it takes forever. Yeah, those ones, because Science 5 is going to be a Omega. So, yeah. The tractor beam. Actually, I think the one that I gave you was, it was a Tier 2 tractor. And we took that off. Or Tier 2 salvager, and we took that off. So you should be okay now. That catalyst that we gave you for salvaging, that should still be okay. Yeah, yeah. Science 5 is, yep, unaccessible to Alpha, yep. Yeah, it was, I'm pretty sure it was the Tier 2 tractor that we had on there, which I don't know why I had a Tier 2 tractor on there. That was definitely overkill. And so. But yeah, Jerry Can helped us switch that out, so. But yeah, you should be able to use the catalyst now. Because it's all Alpha, so. Really? Man, I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's not an Omega only. It only needs Science 3. Yeah, so you should still be able to use it. Yep. Yeah, it's Science 3, the tractor beam. So you're good. Yeah, everything on that ship should be fine. You should be able to fly that ship with no problem. Because we checked it to make sure it would still work on Alpha. And if we miss something, we'll fix it. But yeah, you should be good. goodness gracious. There's only 4 more asteroids. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. The one that needed Science 5 was the Tier 2 salvager, and we took that off. What's up, JKT? Good to see you. And we swapped it out for a Tier 1 salvager. Yeah. Yeah, and we took that off before I gave it to you. Ooh. Ooh. Excuse me. Yeah, we're down to the last 5 asteroids. So after I finish up these 2, I'll run to the next belt and check it out. Make sure I clear it. Yeah, LP is the one that's going for today. So yeah, so if you want, I'll do that right after the stream. So you can just stay in the group. So just made out an out-of-the-box Neris hauler into a salvager. There you go. I've heard Neris is another good one. I use a Noctis, but yep. The Noctis is what I use, and I love it. It salvages super fast. I got Tier 2 tractors on there, so I can get all the way up to 90 kilometers, 99 I think kilometers, and which is pretty awesome. So yeah, no, because we're doing the mining event today. When we do the mining event, we just do the mining event. So did you SIBO it up with a 10 millimeter mm for the movement and lock speed? There you go. Oh, Dense Veldspar's gone. What we got? Love the Neris. Yeah, see, I've never flown a Neris. I've never flown a Neris. But yeah, we're down to the last couple. You can fit it with a gun and drones to fight with it. Yeah, see, that's what I like, drone boats. I am a drone guy. Because no matter how many guns I have, they never seem to be enough, or I get some crappy frigate that gets too close and ends up wiping me out or doing damage. So put tackle on it. Yeah, that's another one. That'll slow them down so that I can hit them. But yeah, I was never a big tackle guy, but you're right, the tackle would help. USA for the win. What's up, buddy? Man, we got all the usual suspects. We're in like Flynn today. Good to see you, buddy. Loving this single life. Loving the single life. Yeah, I enjoy mine for about a day or two. And then after the second day, I'm kind of like, hey, I need someone to cook me some food. Luckily, when mine leaves, she usually makes sure I've got at least a week's worth of food prepared. And all I got to do is work the microwave, which I can do. But I am not a cook. I am not a cook at all. I'd rather starve, yeah. I'd rather starve, yeah. I'm definitely not the starving type, as you can tell. So, 2 more weeks of freedom. There you go. There you go. Yeah, enjoy it. They usually come back with a vengeance. All right, no problem. I got one more here. When I clear this one, is that the last one? Oh yeah, that's the last one. All right, let me turn these off. That's it. I should have known. All I had to do was turn them off, and that cleared it. All right, I'm going to jump him to the next one. So we're going to go up. So we're at 8-1. So that's going to be 7-7. 7-7. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go check that out. So make sure you compress. I'm shutting off the compression so I can move again. And then once the compression's off, I'll check and make sure all the drones are in, and then I'll warp. I'll send Craig in first to make sure we don't have anybody camping out, so we don't jump into trouble. Not that it would be trouble for us, but and there are some rats here, so there are some rats here, and of course they're all too far away to be targeted. Of course they are. So let's get closer. Let's get closer. Approach. Nah, they're getting closer. All right, cool. Got an itch in my eye. All right, so all the rats are gone. I'm gonna stop. Stop in the name of love. Actually, no, we're gonna go over here. So let's return these guys. Let's launch you. All right. Actually, let's stop. All right, let me warp you guys. So somebody still got their drones out. Actually, I got my drones out, so maybe that's the somebody. All right, looks like all the drones are in. So I'm going to go ahead and warp us. I'm going to warp us. Whoops. I'm going to warp us to Kraken. Warp fleet to member.
Warp drive active.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here they come. All right, compression's back up. All right. Got all the wrecks cleared. We're working on the last wreck. There we go. Ad break. Sorry about that. Question after the ad, okay? Say, I told my ship to stop, but it's not stopping. Why are you not stopping? What? What? Come here. Come here. Here. What? Yeah. All right, welcome back from the ads. Go ahead, Blue Gray, with your question. Somebody in their Vexer checking us out. Such a sweet girl. Such a sweet girl. Oh, yeah. How long does it take you to pull together 50K worth of titanium in Veld on a belt? Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I just mine whatever's there. I think I usually start with the Rich Plague, and then I go to the Massive Scordite, and then, you know, keep going back. And I do the Veldspar last. But yeah, I always end up with a ton of minerals after the fact. So In fact, I'm thinking about setting up minerals local. I don't know is a reply. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I probably have well over that right now just with what I have in here. So I've got 7,800 compressed Veldspar. And each one of those is going to give me 400, and each 100 units is going to give me 420 trit. So yeah, so I've got way much things. So you're missing things for the Vexer? Okay. So yeah, we want to get those. Let me know what you need. I'll buy them for you. We've also got some other ones we can do, but yeah, I've got that now. So in the 4 hours, I've definitely got it, and above that, because I have the regular Veldspar and the dense Veldspar, and that's just what I've grabbed. And this is with, I'm just using mining drones here. So I have 7,800 of the concentrated Veldspar, which give 420 per 100 units. And then I have 55,000 of the dense Veldspar, which give 440 units per 100. So, yeah. So I've got way over 50K. Way over. I've got several million. So. And that's usually what I end up with. From one mining event, I usually end up with somewhere between 2 and 5 million trit, and then a subsection of all the others. Of the high sec ores, high sec minerals. I don't get any Nox, I don't get any Megasite, I don't get any Zidrine, I don't get any ISO, but I get all the others. $70 times 420, 7 times 420. Yeah, so one was 420 and one was 440. But like I said, I always end up with well over a couple million worth of trit. Just from the one mining event. Now, yeah, I've got also Kragan's over here mining as well, and he's using regular miners, but he's a low-end miner, so I really should have him fly the Porpoise, because Falstaff has much higher mining skills, but the booster already substandard, so I don't want to go any further down. So asking because I have pulled about 50K in trit and scraps over an hour, which I think is poor compared to mining lasers. Yes. Yeah, I would think. Yeah, so if you divide this by 100, so 19, I got 19,000 trit here. 19,000 of the compressed concentrate, the concentrated trit. So 19,000 divided by 100 is 190 times 420. Yeah, so that's already 79, almost 80,000. Almost 80,000 trit. And the trit that he's mined is the least of what he's mined. I was just doing the Veldspar. I was just doing the Veldspar because it was the last thing in the belt. So he's got, 1.3 million of 0.31 million of plague, Azure plague, 0.13 million of compressed plague, and 96,000 of the other. There's my raid. There's my raid. It's back. Thanks, Blitz. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. Nightshade, good to see you. Welcome, Raiders. If you guys aren't following Blitz, give him a follow. So that's weird. Both of them stopped at exactly the same time. That was really weird. But yeah, welcome, Raiders. Hide the crown. Hide the crown. Nothing to see here, officers. Yeah. So my raid notification is working again. I had to reset up all my notifications after upgrading OBS. So thanks, Blitz, for testing that out for me. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're doing Monday night, Tuesday morning is our mining event. So I mine with my viewers every Monday night, American time. Tuesday morning, Philippine time, which is where I am. And so if you guys are interested in some mining, we got about another 45 minutes to go. So you're welcome to join us. Everyone is welcome. We got compression, we got boost, and we got awesome conversation. So doesn't get much better than that. And Nightshade, good to see you. Yeah, I was pretty bummed that my raid one wasn't working, so I'm glad that's back working. Thanks for testing that out for me, Blitz. Getting kids set for bed. I understand. Give them a big hug from their Uncle Silver Wolf. I checked through my inventory and skill tree for all the books I am missing to use things. There you go. What's up, Raven Galactic? Welcome back. Yeah, like I said, if you're missing anything, let me know. I'll buy it for you. Want to keep you going, so. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Catch you all again. I'm off home now. All right, Storm Talker. We'll see you later. Thanks for catching us live. I appreciate it. I got a list of those that I'm missing. Okay. Yeah, send it over to me. They are probably close by. So I also have a skill book for you that I cannot use because I already have. Yeah, just save it. You might create an alt and you might want to use it for them. I have a lot of those. What always seems to happen is I always seem to buy it from the market, and then 2 days later the air program gives it to me, and it's like, damn it. Had I known they were going to give it to me, I would have just waited, but it never works out that way. So yeah, no worries. It sells for less than 1 cred. Yeah, they've so many of them because they're given away by the air program, so that's why. But yeah. Ooh. So Raven Galactic, what did you miss? Trying to think of what we talked about. Talking about ChatGPT, talking about building in the Philippines, talking about power outages. We talked about a lot. I leave extra books in the Corp Hangar members have access to. There you go. That's a good one too. That's a good one too. Yeah, I've probably got about 15 of them. So I can't remember which one it is. One of the marketing ones. I have like 5 or 6 copies of it. I'm like, I honestly don't know how I'm getting so many of them. So it may be because I'm actually doubling up on those on those starter missions. So after your mining event, we can go through all that. Okay, that sounds good. I don't want to keep you up too late. You guys are on a different time frame than me, so I'll be having lunch after, so that works out. And then I'll probably jump on the Ark server to see what kind of city Jerry Cam built. Well, not too much of a problem. There you go. I definitely got to do my daily, do at least one mission. And so since you're in the fleet, you'll get the points too. So I think it gives up to 10 people. So, and mine, since they're level 4s, they always have enough to go around. So just long enough to do an LP run and an item location. There you go. Quite the life. I am loving the life. I am loving the life. I honestly wish I had retired years ago. I probably didn't have the money to do it back then, but we are doing very well. We are doing very well. I'm getting used to the heat here. Of course, it's actually a little cooler now because it's a rainy season. But I'm getting used to the heat, and I am loving being able to take a nap all day, every day, and stream and not worry about work. I honestly was concerned that I would feel worthless without working, and it hasn't bothered me once. My company called me a couple weeks ago for a consultation, and it really wasn't. It wasn't all that. I wasn't actually excited about it or anything like that. I was able to give them the information they needed and get them going. And but yeah, I've been really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. So check the new Eden store. Yep. Yeah, that one I should have. They shouldn't be out there yet. It should show up tomorrow, I think. Because I'm ahead of you guys. Yep. So yeah, it's not out there yet. But make sure you got your 15,000 skill points before it goes off and they add the new one for tomorrow. So yeah. Yep. So check the new eating store. They pay you. Who pays me? Oh no, they didn't pay me for the thing. So, yep. Yeah, no, they didn't pay me for the thing. So. Yeah, no, they didn't pay me for the thing, so. But yeah, the 15,000 you get every week. So they give you that every week. And so I picked mine up. I usually pick it up on Wednesday is when I try to remind myself. And so, but, so yeah. So yeah, so they didn't, yeah. No, I didn't get that worked into my retirement contract. I thought about it, but I didn't want to be a pain in the butt. Honestly, it took them 2 months to call me. So, which I was expecting them to call me like the day after I left, and they didn't. So I got to give them credit. They actually did pretty good. But yeah, it sounds like my boss was kind of forbidding them from calling me. So, which I appreciate. But I also don't want them to struggle with stuff if they don't have to. So. But yeah. So yeah, it was one of my coworkers that contacted me. Of course, it was also the middle of the night. So. But yeah, no big deal. Yeah, I was working for him I was 2 months short of my 25th anniversary. And so everybody was like, why don't you just stay another 2 months? I'm like, because I'm ready to go. I'm getting the hell out of here. Ironically, it looks like 10 or 12 people have retired since I did. Because they all started jumping ship right after me. So we had kept it pretty well quiet, I guess. I had announced it, several months in advance. But I don't know that everybody heard. So, but yeah, but it definitely was a free consult. But it wasn't that bad. But yeah, I had always kind of, my identity had been tied to my work, and so I was a little worried about that, and hasn't bothered me one bit. I am actually super, super stoked. So to not be working anymore. So, but yeah, the wife's been complaining that I'm not doing any work around the house, and so I may have to start with something with that. Now I do take the trash out every Sunday, so I did kind of point out to her that I am kind of doing that, and I do my dishes on occasion, but you know. But yeah, she's kind of paying her sister-in-law to do the laundry and clean the house and all that stuff. So I'm kind of like, hey, well, why should I do it then? You're already paying somebody to do it. But she gets pissed because when I don't do it, and of course the sister-in-law's not here, then she has to do it. So yeah, so I may have to start picking up something there, but yeah, she's back to her usual. All you do is play games. Yeah, I'm retired. So, which is not the answer I guess she was looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. But yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, I don't think we took a 3-hour nap yesterday. I think we took a nap at 6 p.m. and slept till about 9 p.m. and then watched some TV, and then my daughter called around just before midnight. I talked to her till about 1:30. And then we watched some more TV and didn't go to bed till almost 3. So, but yeah, it was all good. But yeah. So yeah, once again, no stream on Friday. We are supposed to be without power. I have not been able to confirm or deny that. But I was told on what I consider a good authority that we will not have power. So we are actually planning to travel either to Manila or to Batangas City, which is the capital of Batangas province, to file my residency card and maybe get our driver's licenses taken care of. I'll have to see how that works. And so we will, even if we do have power, we won't be around. But I'm betting that we're not going to have power since they announced it so far in advance. And that was kind of nice. They don't normally give us that kind of warning. So, but yeah, it seems like it's some kind of maintenance. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So, and if it's anything like in America, anytime they tell you it's going to be off, it usually doesn't come back on when it's supposed to, because there's always some kind of problem. So that one's always funny, because I think we only had once or twice that they actually told us, hey, we're doing maintenance, we're going to shut your power off, because normally they'll route around it. And in America, here in the Philippines, they don't have the same infrastructure, so they can't route around it. But yeah, in America they route around it. But I think there was one time where they told us it was going to be off for a couple hours, and it was off like 5 or 6, and so it was like, and then they tried to come back with, well, technically 5 or 6 is still a couple. No, a couple is 2. But it was all good. Still wasn't that long. Like I said, when they cut off the power here in the Philippines, it's like 12 hours. So 5 or 6 isn't too bad. So, especially since they cut it off here like once or twice a month. Where, like I said, probably in 10 years we only had it cut off once like that in 10 years. So once in 10 years. So not too bad. But yeah. So yeah, so no stream Friday. Apologize about that. We'll be back on Monday. Actually, so Thursday night. No stream Thursday night since most of you guys are on the Thursday nights on the night schedule. So Thursday night, which is my last stream of the week. So then I won't have any over the weekend, and then we'll be back Sunday night with either Ark or Baldur's Gate. So we'll see how that goes. Let you guys see how we got things set up for Jerry Can City. That's what we're gonna call it, Jerry Can City. Ooh. I will, of course, be here to help you for BG3. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll definitely get back to that sometime. We're just trying something new for... So normally I try to do Monday, so Sunday night and Thursday night for you guys. Those are the ones I try to do the alternate stream and then do the 3 in the middle for Eve. But I think I missed the last couple Fridays, so... Actually, no, I was here last Friday, but we did Eve. So, because we got cut off on Tuesday, so that's why. So yeah. So yeah, it's pretty flexible. But I do appreciate that. So yeah, I'm sure we'll get back to it sometime. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need a nap today. But I gotta figure out what kind of work the wife wants me to do so I can show that I am contributing around the house. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, there's always like 20 flies downstairs and I kill them all. So I think that's kind of housework. And then most times I actually sweep them up off the floor after I kill them. So, you know, that's kind of sweeping the floor, right? So I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what she's talking about. What you talking about, Willis? I'm not sure we're going to get this one done. This one seems like it's a little bit bigger. This one seems a little bit bigger. We'll see. We'll see. We still got a half hour left, so if anybody else wants to help, feel free to join us. We are in Eufine. I'm working on it. Yeah, you are, Scimitar. You're working on it harder than everyone else. You're all in. And we appreciate that. Tough that. Yeah, unfortunately, I did not make a fresh pot of coffee this morning. I just drank the second cup, which I thought was a full cup. Turned out it wasn't a full cup. But I drank what should have been the second cup from yesterday's coffee. But that's fine. So that's probably part of it too. Since I didn't get enough sleep last night. Though I don't know, between the 3-hour nap and what I got last night, that should have been plenty. Oh, excuse me. My goodness gracious. Yeah, it looks like we got 8 people in the fleet. That's pretty good. Actually, it says 9. 9 people in the fleet, so that's pretty good. Which is better than we normally have, so that's pretty good. Good showing. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll have Jackson back next week. He's kind of an every other week guy. He has to go visit his mom on the odd weeks, so yeah. I do need to get my green screen up one of these days, but that means I got to move Abigail. So, because otherwise it's going to block her, and I don't want to block her, so I have to figure that one out. I'm gonna find a new home for her. Maybe I'll put her under the desk. Maybe I'll put her under the desk. Then she'll be licking my leg all day. Let's see. Reagan's over here mining away. Al, you better pick up that cargo container. It may disappear here pretty soon. They only last 2 hours. I think that's Al. Oh, wrong guy. Yep, that's Al. Hopefully he didn't fall asleep. There you go. Drifted away from you. There you go. Yeah, I thought that was the one where you gathered all the stuff in. Appreciate you keeping everything cleaned up. Oh, my back itches. What you doing, Abigail? What you doing? Be careful, I don't want to roll over your... Yeah, your tail's not fuzzy anymore, so I shouldn't roll over it. So we should be good. What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, I think you need a bath. I think you need a bath. Yeah, I think you need a bath. I really don't know what this is on the side of your neck. It's just the way the hair lays down there. It's kind of weird. Who's a cutie? Are you daddy's girl? Are you daddy's girl? Yeah, you're daddy's girl. Yeah, you're daddy's girl. 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 There's hair flying all over in here now. Was streaming Eve YG today. Won 2 skins and an Annie full fitted. I was the only one entering the contest. Yeah, see, a lot of streamers, if they only have one person, they don't give it away. So that's good. I'm glad you got it. Congratulations. I've actually never heard of Eve YG. I'll have to check them out. Mwah. You okay? Yes, I love you too. I love you too. Yeah, I'm gonna put you down, okay? Yes, I'm gonna put you down. Mwah. I'm gonna put you down. Okay? Put you down. Oh. go. There you go. I don't know why, for some reason, my pants are riding up on me today. I must be sliding around on this chair. I don't know. Surprisingly, I woke up. I was telling you guys earlier, I woke up and everything hurt. Hell to get old. But surprisingly, I've been sitting in this chair now for 4 hours and haven't moved, and it's not really bothering me. So I probably shouldn't have said that, because now it probably will. But, well, maybe I just need to wake up in pain and then I'm okay for the rest of the day. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Ball staff hidden under the bed. Way to go. Way to go, Jerry Can. Got the spyglass from a drop. There you go. 2 turtles that need names. And Ferris Mueller, the spare parasaur. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I need to build a saddle for him. Oh, yeah, so Discord go beep. Yep. Yeah, I think she did beat me. Now, like I said, I can't prove it, and I don't have any bruises, but it was weird. Like my wrist really hurt, and my shoulder. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I just slept wrong. Or maybe it's since I just didn't get enough sleep, because we didn't go to bed till 3 o'clock, so. These American Justice ones we're watching now are all like from the 95 through 2000, and so a bunch of people getting the death penalty. So, yep, yeah, it was Jerry Can. He's putting pictures up in the ARC channel. Yeah, I heard the beep, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, so. Jerry Cans, yeah, he's got my body under the bed. So that is a reference to check Discord. Yeah. That is a reference for check Discord. Oh, I put something. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. All right, gotcha. Yep. I'll grab those. I'm trying to think of where. There's a place nearby. Yeah, Billy. Yeah, so I'm actually going to go to Billy to do my mission. So, yeah, so we'll get those. Nope. Battleship's a little more expensive. You got a while to get to that one. It's not too bad. I thought it was like 20 million. Search go away?
Then I have the money.
Oh, okay. It's in the. You got it?
Yeah. Ta-da!
You want to say hi?
I don't have the.
Hmm? They are at my station where I'm docked. Yeah, if you want to buy those, or I can buy them for you. That way, I save your money. Where'd she go? Oh, she's there. Yeah, because I got to go there anyway, so. They're all at the same place, so I'll just pick them up all at once.
Say hi.
You say hi. There's my wife.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, there's my wife. Yeah, over here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Are those prices worth it? Yeah. They're good prices. Anytime you buy it from the MPC stations, you're more than likely going to be fine. So, some people will sell them less just because they have extras, but in the case of those, it should be good. So, how's this region for solo mining? It should be pretty good. If you want to do it here in Ufine, it's really quiet, so that shouldn't be a problem. Did she let Abigail out? I think she let Abigail out. Yep, she put Abigail back in now. Goof. All right, sensor linking. Yep. Weapon disruption. Just trying to think if I had any of those. Yes, I know. Mommy just left you. It's a horrible thing. Horrible thing. I spelled missiles wrong. There you go. Helps if you spell it right. Yeah, so when you look at them here, it says 0% above regional. So that's the key. So that means that's the price that they're posted for. So, and normally with the MPC stations, that's what you get. Every once in a while you get somebody. So like this one here, it shows 34. That's somebody trying to sell the ones that they have. So, and they're selling them higher. So sometimes they move them closer to places so they can do it. But hello, Silver Fox. I just got that. Thanks for that. She didn't catch that. That's pretty good. Yeah. So Al, this is not a bad region for solo mining. Like I said, I do it here in Ufine all the time for the dailies. Now I'm not there very long, so but yeah, you should be good. So yeah, so they're all the same. So yeah, these are all MPC stations, so they're all the same. So let me find the Discord. Yeah, exactly. So that's Doe Dixie. So what they did is they moved it to one of the trade hubs and they marked it up severely so that they can make money off of it. So for people who don't want to fly to wherever it's available for 100,000, they're selling it for 3.2 million. So yeah, which hopefully nobody falls for that, but it does happen. It does happen. So, but yeah. Yeah. Oh well, and you'd be surprised. Some people will actually pay that because they don't want to fly the 3 jumps or whatever it takes. But yeah, which is kind of silly. Actually, it's more than silly. That's just gouging the market, but that's not uncommon. My damn miner stopped. It didn't tell me my miner stopped. Why didn't you tell me? Well, what are you doing? Yeah, so now that mommy was in, oh, she's all. So this says there's an Empire 4 jumps away. So yeah, you should be fine there. Yeah, you should be fine there as long as you're not going through low sec. Like I said, I wouldn't go through low sec with a mining barge, but yeah, you should be fine. The Empire belts are all still high sec, and there's usually a lot of people there, so it's usually not a problem. I haven't heard of any ganking there unless it's in Udema. So the Udema is one that gets an Empire belt, and I have heard of ganking there, but that's a kind of a gank capital. So when the belt shows up there, they're probably just salivating, waiting for people to show. So, but yeah. But yeah, I haven't had any problems in an Empire belt. Now, like I said, I have had problems getting to an Empire belt because sometimes when you get to them, you've got to go through low sec to get to them. The rules for the Empire belts is they're always in 0.5 space. So they're always in a 0.5 sector system, 0.5 system. And that 0.5 system has to border low sec. So it is very common that if you target one of them, say set destination, it will take you through low sec if that's the only way to get there. And so in those cases, I don't usually go to those. Because flying through low sec, a lot of times they'll set up camps on those because they know people are going to those belts. And they'll try to get you in the low sec as you're cutting through low sec. But if you don't have to go through low sec, you should be fine. Like I said, unless it's Udema, I will not, under any circumstances, mine an Empire belt in Udema. That's just asking for trouble. So I'm going to Dixie for a 90,000 deal. There you go. Yeah. No, I already bought them all. So yeah. So yeah, just let me know where you want them. What are you doing? Yeah, I know. Mommy came and she took you out, and then she's at. So. So yeah. Oh, I got you. Oh, I got you. Yep. Oh, you did? I already bought them all. I told you I was gonna buy them. Crap. Once again, it didn't tell me that they're disappearing. Why not? You can buy the 3 big ones. Yeah, I got those. I got all of them. So yeah, I'll just bring them to you. That way you'll have them for the next guy. Yeah. But yeah, let me know where you want me to drop them off. Because I'll pick them up when I go to do my mission. So you can also keep them for your next alt. Yeah, I'm probably not going to have a next alt. I've already got 5 characters. And I'm having trouble keeping track of them and doing the dailies for all of them. I don't want to add another one. Not if I can help it. So yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, I made the last one for PI, and that worked out because he's doing low sec PI, so it did work out. But yeah, I could have used one of my other ones just as well. So yeah. But it was nice to go through the starter missions because a lot of that has changed since I started. So that's was kind of nice. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's always somebody new around. I can always throw them in the Throw them in a corp hanger in case somebody needs them. That was a good idea somebody else brought up. I think Scimitar. Yeah, where are we at? Oh, we're almost done. About another 15 minutes. I don't think we're going to clear this bill. Yeah, I don't think we're going to clear this bill. Which is kind of a bummer. Which is kind of a bummer. Going to be close. Yeah, I don't think so. We only got about 15 minutes left, so. So, yeah, you guys are welcome to stay and clear it, but I got to get my dailies done, so. Which shouldn't take long, but still kind of a pain. These guys are close to being done, these two, but the other ones are a little further away, so, yeah. Yeah, I already did the manufacture one, so I was able to get that done. But I got to do it on 3 other characters as well. So yeah, and I've got the manufacturers all queued up. That's not going to be a problem. But I will have to run a couple missions. I'll do a mission with Falstaff to cover all the people that are in the fleet now, and then I'll do 2 missions with Jacob, so that he can cover the other guys. So okay, that works. Yep, that works. It's at the Cali one, the University of Cali. Calle. I don't know how they pronounce it. Pronunciation is always one. Yeah. Yeah, no, you should be fine. Falstaff makes these missions go by really quick. In fact, any of you guys that want to stay in the fleet, I should have enough points to cover all of you guys for the LP requirement for the dailies if you haven't already done it. I'll get well over 1,000 because of his level 4, so that'll be good, and that'll cover. The most it'll do is 10 people, so, but we only have 9 in the fleet, so yeah, you guys are all welcome. Make you some extra money. We're 500,000 credits and 500 ever marks, so. Which is not bad. I also saved myself 8K by buying it ASAP. There you go. I'll stick around in the station. Okay, no worries. Yeah. Actually, you just need to stay in the, if you just stay in the fleet, you'll be okay. So there was one left for 90K, then 15 left for 98. There you go. Yeah, they're probably ones that are given away by the air program. So once you get there, you'll probably get them for the air program. But why not kill thieves? Damage capsuleers. Capsuleer or organization from Black Sky Nachitos. Age requirements met. So you can't do this unless you're at least 180 days old. So I met the age requirement. Well, I'm glad for that. But they want me to kill anybody from this organization. Wow. Problem with that is yeah, if you do it in high sec, that's not going to work out well. You're going to get attacked. Alrighty. I had to switch asteroids. Down the main 3. Yep, so I had to do it quickly. There you go. No worries. Other shoulders itching. But yeah, we're getting close to the end, so we'll be back tomorrow with Eve as well. We may do some mining after we do the dailies, but we'll see. We'll see how that works out. It's kind of anything goes. I do need to head Falstaff back to Venelin sometime during the week. He's got to get some ships on the burner. And I got to pick up stuff. So my main work will re-earn what I spent. There you go.
The asteroid is depleted.
That's old though. So yeah, the career agents. Yeah, you need to, once you get done with those career agents, you need to switch away from those and start making some real money. Unfortunately, the career agents don't pay a whole lot. So got here in time to get some Pellucid and Jet Ochre. There you go. Those are the good ones. Those give knocks. So yeah, those give knocks. So those are the good ones. They're not the most expensive ones. The Ethanor, F something. It gives Zidrine. That definitely makes more money. And the Ducium, that gives Megasite, which makes more money than the Nox. But the Nox is what I'm always short of. But yeah, that's good. You must have got there pretty early. They're usually the first ones to go. Ads are getting ready to start. So what we'll do is we'll kill everything after the ads. So that should give it enough time. Yeah, we're over. I got to make up to 10 minutes from the beginning. So there are 6 Hulks and 1 Orca. There you go. Yeah, so and if you ask them, they might invite you to the fleet so that you can get the bonuses from the Orca, which will make it go even faster. Most times if they're there, they'll usually invite you. So yeah, good job. Yeah, the Empire belts are one I'm always on the lookout for, but I never remember to look. Yep. All right, ads are on. Yep, Al, appreciate it. Like I said, I'll kill it after the ads are over so I can say goodbye to everybody. And then we got to find somebody to raid. It was good to hear my raid one go off. So CCP is out there. 0 to Omega. Nth dimensional. So yeah, maybe we'll raid CCP. Curious how long they've been going. Yeah. Yeah, he's got 1,400 people watching him. That'll be a good advertisement. Mm-hmm. All right, welcome back from the ads. Appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for mining with me tonight and watching. Appreciate all the help. Appreciate all the support. I am actually going to set up a raid for CCP since Nth Dimension is guest on CCP, and so we'll get out there and give him some love, and we'll see how that works out. But appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to start shutting things down. So if you guys haven't compressed, probably go ahead and compress. I'm going to start shutting stuff down. All right. Don't cry wolf. Good to see ya. And yes, when I get to Billy, we can do the trade then. Yep. Sounds like a plan. I'll drop this ship off and then I'll meet you there. So I am actually gonna recall my drones, and then I'll shut off the stuff when they get in. Because what I always do is I always compress, and then I recall my drones, and then I have uncompressed ore, and I already shut off my compression. Always screws me up. So yep. My drones are taking forever to come back, so. Yep, so we already raided.